E ragazzi, non ci capisco più nulla. Le direi video. E oltre ad andare su gestisci video, devo eliminare sia questa live. Ok, Google va. Non capisco se va o no la live. Qui va. Video. Io non ci capisco nulla. Live. Qui va. Video. Io non ci capisco nulla. Ma sta andando! Ma sta andando! Ma sì che sta andando! Ma allora Dio buono! Via! Si continua! Ah, io veramente voglio pigliarmi a manate. Vai! 17 aprile. Ciao buhaioli! Ci siamo comunque, ci siamo. In quella che spero sia la ultima live definitiva. Perché guardate io... Ah, ovviamente del primo gioco. Poi quando sarà si porterà avanti i prossimi. 17th April 2 PM The Old Bailey Play? Sì, è vero. No, solo il mercoledì. Sì, è andato bene oggi il pranzo. Bella sì, è vero Giulio, perché prima c'è stata una live per caso. No, perché io non vedo alcune live da 12 secondi nel canale. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent... Sì, ho preso un panino grosso e allora? No! Mi andava di farlo! E allora stai zitta. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold showers now. Ginny! How are you, alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Puntini di sospensione. What's the point, huh? Why go all this trouble of fly so large? Would you like to show me? What? Well, you show it that picture. What picture? You mean this? The photograph taken by Harley's red-handed recorder? No, quella da 12 intendevo quella da 2 secondi. Da una sega. Che troiaio. Io ho pure messo like. Visto che ci sei Giulio, e anche voi ragazzi, mettete like a questa live per supportare la fine. Sì, avrà una fine sta. Oddio mio, zitta! Ti do una botta se non la smetti, eh. Oh, sarà bene. Ci siamo intesi. Well, I didn't think that it would have captured the scene like this. That's for sure. Oh, ma... E nulla, non la vuole smettere. Io ho tirato una botta ma non la vuole smettere. It's hopeless. Anyone else who sees that's gonna think it, I think, aren't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Well, surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You still can think I'm innocent. Puntini, of course I can. Jimmy, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we really like to hear it from you. Puntini, alright then. E vai via. It was after which had dinner together at your place. Allora ragazzi, siccome oggi ho mangiato un monte di troiai, ora c'ho una sete boia. Soprattutto lo specche, diciamo, non gli ha fatto buono a me, quindi e c'avonno voglia di begliene, sicché ora mi piglio 2 secondi per riempire i bottiglia, oh sì. Sega, c'ho una... Arrivo subito. Ma... Accidenta, camato Tanjiro. Oi oi. Quello sgorbio. Oi oi. Yeah. It was after which the dinner. At your place, right, Cherish? John, we had the touch up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. So, after that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the one-to-one, to Winterbank's place, and I don't know if Iris Story was there or not, the Hound of Baskervilles. I do know what, I do know it's watched or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in what Sholmes don't like, something we don't want people reading. So that's why we highlight to Irish about taking the log with Wendy Banks for safekeeping. At least, that's what I chose to at the time. So you broke into Wendy Banks? I don't know if it was that or not. I mean, I had no idea. Oh, that's what was gonna kick off DJ. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark, as you liked in there. So, I gave the oil lamp a bit awake, and that's when... Okay... I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
I beg your pardon?
The hound or the something or other. It's here, I wanna see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just wanna see it here, or that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I wanna know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Ok, quindi sono arrivati lì e poi bang! Show them the old cove and block the storeroom door. We both went inside. And was that alright? The mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Ginny.
Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up in the main bit of the shop. The skulking brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me. Is there some Bulgars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with ya and...
No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, it took the gun out of my hand and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining mirrors in the dark and watch. Hanno appena postato un video. Cosa è stato postato? Fermi tutti, qui c'è qualche cosa non va, che video stavo postato, scusate? Ah, ok, la live. Ok, bene, la live. What's going on? It sounded like they got into a bit of scrap. I started to think I should help, see. So I was about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Doppio bang. Ok. I heard a couple of shots all go off. Two, I think. Most at the same time. And then he was right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quickly as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I put a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a gunner. I felt funny in me, it had all of a sudden kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Povera Gina. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, George Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you've just told us? Of course you did. But you didn't believe a word of it, DJ. And all the shade was, if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me.
I'll be alright, Jeannie.
Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer.
Bruno's about to pull the real culprit through the mill.
That cove, what was there in the afternoon?
Hey.
That's Eckhart Benedict. Quindi è davvero il finocchio che ha sparato a lui. Ok. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You watch?
You can leave it at all in Rena's capable hands now, Ginny.
Povera Gina.
Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
how come you touch me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and me killed it. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got your bug chocha off with them, even though it was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, I don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, and no matter what.
but what if I'm lying? You could be working on another killer of the Ook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. In realtà 2. Però vabbè.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
Ah, ehi tu babbo, tranquilla Iris, non piangere. Tanto quello che è morto in quel processo è tu babbo. Nulla di che. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. Myself. My best friend. Ryunosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Tu babbo, no, c'è Fede. C'è Fede, ciao Fede. Ciao Fede. Ciao Fede. Ciao Fede. Metti like. Grazie. Ciao Fede. Oh, ma non caricano messaggi, che schifo. Ciao! Sium. Leave this to me. All you need to do is to put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, oi! Somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. No, not completely. Ora vado a studiare, dopo sono su DS, buona live. Grazie Fede, grazie Fede. Ciao Fede, grazie Fede. Ciao Fede. But I was wrong. Ah, che ricordi. Proprio nel processo in cui era morto il babbo di Iris. Ah, che ricordi. Che tra parentesi è morto anche il miglior amico, però vabbè. Non solo è morto lui, ma è morto anche il babbo di Iris. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a driver and I'm no good liar.
You're not like me, Gilded. I know that.
Huh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Irish.
Oh, bella questa. Metto il risale a tutta la birra. Che schifo. We know you better than you would think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I...
Sniffle. Defendant General Street and their legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head in the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Let's go. I've been both defendant and defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another to pull all their faith in you. Ragazzi, io non so voi, ma c'è molto meglio Ryunosuke di Phoenix Wright. Phoenix è un bambinone di merda che si è dovuto far difendere da Mia, che tra l'altro per colpa di questo imbecille qui è pure morta. Per questo imbecille dico Phoenix. Invece Ryunosuke c'ha dono enorme, perché oltre a farsi il culo e da solo, grazie all'aiuto del suo miglior amico, si è dovuto fare il culo 2 volte per non venire incastrato d'omicidio 2 volte di fila. Cioè, a parer mio, Ryunosuke è best protagonista. Vabbè, Apollo non ne parliamo, guarda, Apollo deve morire male. Phoenix, bravo, quanto vi pare, ma Ryunosuke è top protagonista di Ace Attorney. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching me over. You're watching over me too, partner. Ma sì. Via, si seguita. Si seguita. Si seguita. Via, che belle l'1:41 di pomeriggio. Si è desinato e ora si può continuare il processo. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss General Street. Lord Von Six, have successfully subpoenaed the witness. Oh, Dio buono, ora mi tocca fare la voce di Van Dix. Addio voce di nuovo. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the main works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. To our attention to Inspector Gregson's precise of the case heard in the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemicals analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Harley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict, I didn't expect you to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Eccolo. Proprio lui, il froscio, non volevo dire quella parola brutta.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of the London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ah, ma guarda un po'. Ha cambiato nome, eh?
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer in your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh no, quella posa da fra.
Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
Olè, witness testimony. Ta 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 ta.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these things hugged to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an atrocious accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Fra, ammazzati.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed.
Che cazzo vuol dire dismayed? Vuol dire che non... Che devo... Boh, vabbè. È tipo la seconda volta in tutte le live che metto dismayed, metto il traduttore. Perché qui è inevitabile. Dismayed. Eccolo qui. Ah, costernato. Ma che cazzo. Vi ho letto costemato. Cosa vuol dire costemato di preciso?
For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective Stoy. It was will of the jury.
The jury. Giurai, vabbè.
And our great British justice systematic demands that the jury's will upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination your involvement in the matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. That does not hold up, Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Oh no, cascata la borraccia. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Già hai attirato la frecciatina. Che testa di cazzo! Mamma, ti morisse ora il cancro. Cioè no, ti venisse più che... Beh.
My apologies, you are?
Rinaldi Canardo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so, Ashley Graydon and Shantae.
Sì, la fava che tu sei. Dico fava perché non posso dire la F-word.
So.
Ah! Ma gli ha lanciato il cappello.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your fleshy hat while we do. Cross-examination. Via, seguita.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question.
Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time.
E cosa vuoi?
It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe.
Allora?
The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such related questions. You can't be serious.
Thank you. Because I can certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an appropriate question.
So he's going to behave as if, is he? In an effort to give anything away. This could be tricky.
But you're seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the police of the night of the murder?
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer here in the back, in the black.
This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway?
Dio buono. Lui ragazzi vota palesemente Lega. Dio buono.
Well, needless to say. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Where were you at around in the morning of the night in question, sir?
That is past the hour in which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these Raspascalians.
Credo sia tipo Farabutti o una roba di genere. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Allora, ammazzati.
Listen carefully, my Lord Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains that he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at that scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that application before putting any more unreasonable question to the witness.
Ammazzati, brutto fra. A silent victory wiggle, thanks.
Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that.
Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has provenly identified the circulating substance as such. But I'm not the only human who have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be such sure that the blood is mine? It could be equally be the blood of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londons would know the name. It's a renowned detective.
So when you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now that we are in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Quale dei due?
What, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I have it. Right, I have had to up to here with this. How many times I have gotta tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not brave, big brav Skulky.
Mr. Nash Skulkin! God blumly, Gravy, you what?
It's not the case that Mr. Graydon just spoke as though went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have one of them. It must be him.
You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Allora, un attimo, ragazzi, che mi devo un attimo rivedere tipo le prove perché sono passati 2 giorni. Guardate quanta popò di roba c'è qui. Allora, questo è tipo... ok. Ok. Questo però, quello viola, ci potrà tornare utile in qualche modo. Ok. Ah già, i giornali di oggi.
Ah!
Ok. Ma qua mi dà l'idea che ce n'è ancora tante.
Nothing, honest, Gub, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm like That much more. It opened the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
When I took the bullet, of course.
Che imbecille.
When I took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be held up yet. So it was, well, you know. I was ready for him and...
Che imbecille.
Oh! Spells!
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea of what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in the relation of their mindless insinuations.
We know that someone is under the victim was hit by the bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in hole on the wall was the person hit the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court of official examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain.
No, I refuse.
Bah, bella fija.
You have shown me no evidence, whatsoever thing that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit such an invasion of my privacy.
Objection!
Ah no.
As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pumbrockery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense that the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing to whatever to do with Mr. with the bank's pumbrockery?
My lord, the defense would take the last statement to be added in the Mr. Graydon formal testimony.
Very well, counsel.
Allora, tanto sono sicuro che adesso gli devo mostrare uno dei 2 bigliettini. Che è o questo, Redemption. Allora, io gli devo portare tipo box coat. Gli devo portare questo, questa ricevuta qui devo portare. Più o meno.
Continue with your testimony, Mr. Grayson.
Ammazzati, vai.
The bottom line is... some skirmish detectives on Brood in Lincolnshire.
Allora, with the night of the murder, I have no intention of making such an outrageous accusation. Some skirmish detective on Brood and tincture can hardly be taken as a serious evidence. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Harold Chum is the most famous detective in the world.
And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth. The whole truth is nothing but the truth,
Well, oh no, I can't think how to answer that.
I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He's allegedly told the whole truth and nothing but what turned out was to be a pack of lies.
Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the central communication situation is in the heart of this country's information network. My work is here of its paramount importance, and they've kept me for long enough already.
Sì, rondo.
The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with a pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it! Never had anything to do with it. Vabbè. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
No! You were there to redeem an article!
I have no idea of what you're talking about.
Excuse me! Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, young Japanese and assistant and accused were all present, as I recall.
And at the time the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well, no. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie, pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Ragazzi showed a picture before, didn't he? You know what, from the cameras that Harley installed at Windybanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears their striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
At no point I have denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he is going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He is well aware that less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Harley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now it could be a good time to have a proper look through the current record.
Good idea. You never knew what tiny scrap of information could become valuable. A valuable weapon. Allora. Nulla. Però mi pareva tanto buono come cosa. Gli faceva buono, ma a quanto pare non gli ha fatto di molto buono. Allora. There's still a jet link that I collided with this. Ah, ho sbagliato, porca Eva.
Objection! Objection!
Rondo. I've never had anything to do with a pawnbroking establishment when the man was killed. Allora, di sicuro qui bisogna fargli vedere qualche cosa, per forza di cose. Comunque qui si vede che tipo è leggermente spostato, sium. Allora, potrei mostrare il disco, come potrei mostrare, boh. Boh, perché essenzialmente era questa la cosa che... Ok, questa non c'entra un cazzo. Perfetto. The Hand of Baskervilles non c'entra un carbo. The Omnibus Murder. Today's Paper. No. La autopsia. Vabbè, la Skulking Brothers. Questo? Il disco. Cazzo, era il disco! Sium. Have you ever seen the disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take him from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Allora no, ammazzati. As I have retired numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen the disc before in my life. I may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc.
Oh, yes! Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps?
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish to acquire the disc is the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear remnants also in form a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you sure? Are you now getting to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch, consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Puntini. Well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take this disc from the defendant? Oh, ah no, è il giudice, cazzo.
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. Not quite in the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. That disc was mine from the outset. No! Figlio della merda, ha rigirato la situazione a favore suo, bastardo. Bastard.
Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What?
It would seem, Mr. Creighton, that in the space of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the accident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
Invece no, un'altra porca. The disc.
There's a note, the disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded. But the items belongs to me.
E volevo incalzarlo proprio con la scritta McGilded.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. That filthy gutlering on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain the situation to redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir?
McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist?
Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted on a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Creighton, are you saying that Mr. Gilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Ay ay ay.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear the name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, that disc was placed in pawn to that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It's funny that Mr. Gaydon is here claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In likelihood he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc from some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Via, oi oi.
Pa 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 pa. Ta ta ta.
Hold it! Will you care explain how this belongs to you? Lo è e basta.
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands our fine salary.
You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have a little to make use of the services provided by the pawnbroker's trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claim that was your overcoat?
Obviously. At my haste, I clean forgot that the music box was in its pocket.
And yet, there is a note in that on it that reads for McGilded.
I am a collector of rare, unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question?
is a pre-production sample. I promise to let McGilded hear it.
But you forgot that it was in the big pocket of the overcoat you were first to pawn.
Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded has threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, he's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it here alone for the time being. È una sega.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused in filthy gutlering under the impression.
So you're saying that Miss Gina Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that lens. The girl, offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that they prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands in McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Rondo.
My learned friend is a veritable front of no sense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution.
Counsel, will you refrain from perjuring in this way? Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue my testimony. For what possible use can it be?
Che figlio della merda.
I proceeded at once in the shop in order to explain my porca situation and redeem my article.
Hold it, fra.
Had you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once in the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your tickets, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pickpurse. But when I did it, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once. I ordered to reclaim my coat before the thief could. It was merrily trying to recover what rightfully mine in the first place.
Ah! He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Già, purtroppo è vero.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. He was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection with Mr. Gilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing, leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector.
Why in Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about it, that Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly for you, but I killed him anyway after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the Capitol of his great contribution to public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
Where you're going with this, 1-6?
Huh. I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers have many duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties compared by long stronger, I presume. The Lordship of Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Allora, un attimo, perché qui ho bisogno del daily news, del paper, perché ci tornerà utile. Perché diceva There's a sensational story lower down the front page. Well, look, Ministry Mall classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Okay, for a 10-year-old, there is essentially... It's about the secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, is intercepted by a hostile nation. Okay. Communications are being intercepted by it, but how could somebody be doing that? That's the question. Are you looking for a new career? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. And could explain he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay.
The bottom line is, if you wanna get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart pulpit first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Van Zix here.
Well, it would appear the inspector has revealed all his liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop. Later the same night, okay.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something valuable among the fortified items? No, not at all. Oh. Oh.
A valuer was brought in the palace to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article to the shelves was common on garden brick by brack. Rahazzi.
In that case, it's clear that you broke in the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillet's desk. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the desk, you may recall it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGill that's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man had been after. I wonder if that's really true. Real now, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see that arrogantly assured expression in his scramble. McGill slipped the disc in his coat pocket and had deposited it in 20 banks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested of suspicion of the omnibus murder, he trained Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it.
That witness is lying through his purely white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything be left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up in taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy being very strange about these, all these.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what is it. For now, I need to focus exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Ok, allora, io sinceramente non ne ho la più pallida idea. Was stolen from me by the accused. Che gli posso fargliene, vedergliene,
Buhaioli, e non sai che potranno fargli vedere.
Allora, secondo me, qui bisogna mostrargliene uno di questi due fogli. Ok. Allora, proviamoci di nuovo con questo. Con il pawnbroker ticket. Se no, vado di... provo... The disc, ok, ce l'ho fatta la prima. Impossibile, una roba di genere. This disc was deposited in at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded instructions. You knew that and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Your mama.
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true.
What?
McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. This second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Windybanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with two accomplices, the skulking brothers. This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads one small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
Oh, voglio un attimo fare questa pagliacciata di cambio di voce per fargli nascondere la sovraessenza. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been fortified, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point, ma va?
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that, for some reason, this Creighton fellow needed a small box that night, does he?
Objection! It's time to put an end of this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Six?
Ciao Ganzi!
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windybanks pawnbrokery. And the reason, assure the persecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir. What prints?
These prints were taken from the one of detective security cameras.
Ah, Harley's handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the encounter where Mr. Willybanks received his customers, and the other set to capture the shelves on which the article was placed on for sale fortified.
Accenta a quella serpe maledetta. E a chi me l'ha fatto fare di fare la voce di lui a quella maniera.
According to him, the information on this ticket, McGilded small box had been fulfilled already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13 April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves for fortified items in the shop front. Now that I have here this print taken.
Vabbè, adesso basta fare una cosa abbastanza easy. Ci dai 2 foto, una di prima e una di dopo, e con lo stereoscopio si va a vedere se è davvero così.
Now that I have what I have here is a print taken by some of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had to very fill the shop, it would appear. And then there we have another print.
Ma sbaglio, si è aggiunto qualcosa, si è spostato qualcosa.
That was 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have the picture to compare.
Via.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head
com'è? Headache, sì, quello lì.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard we consider theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your man already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir! È arrivato il momento di usare lo stereoscopio.
We counted every single item in each of the case 2 photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the Pombrockery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Hey, Rondo. I don't believe it. If I could just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGillet Pound's box. Eccolo, è arrivato, vai.
Esibizionista. I've been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward to the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do we accept the prosecution assertion?
I don't know. Could there be a hit? Hey! Use a piece of evidence. Questa perché point out non credo proprio. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to put something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify this discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you like to intend use to help you identify discrepancy between the two prints?
Da 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 da.
I'd like to use this device, my lord.
Lo sapevo che prima o poi sarebbe tornato utile per l'aggeggio.
To view the prints stereoscopically.
Oh, yes, you got the bug at last. You can't resist it, can't you? I've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Come l'ha fatta la voce? Aiuto! Ai ai.
Chair number 3. What's a surprise?
Come on, Reno. Let's put the picture in a place and see what's this wonderful contraption and show us. There we go. Now look at it through the eyepiece.
Ah. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Allora, io non ne sono sicuro, ma credo che sia proprio qui. Ma va a cagare, vai. Aspetta, voglio essere proprio preciso. Allora, ancora più preciso. Così. Oh, vai.
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Porca di quella puttana. By Jove, you're right.
Aiuto. Mamma. Con nessuno. Ok, ci siamo.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Mr. Windybanks on that night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to in its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden, in fact? Yes, the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Arriva lui.
Mischievous guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved in the shelf. Nothing was stolen.
E il dentro? E il dentro?
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box was stolen then. But there doesn't that change things? It changed everything. Ma va? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point, in fact, is that what moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence sitting in the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
No, e allora no.
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
E invece.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Six. Bailiff arranged for another to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it here for further examination.
Via, si gode. Bellini.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps you should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
The hood drink it by his force. Huh, disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Six.
This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese especially, it would seem.
What are you suggesting to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That's this testimony intent was to steal an article belonging to the Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing it in the first place.
Io lo odio. Io lo odio.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into that place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. In a trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of the society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of a society pawned here were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that is just happened to have a music box and disc in one of his big pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things belong to me.
Mamma mia. No, 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 vi prego. No, 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 no.
The prosecution argument is undeniably compelling.
This is incumbent on the defense to how to bolster its argument.
Vai, grande.
To explain what possible significance this commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc and the box are tiny, tangible, the way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Reno? We know they are related, don't we? Well, they're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know that this case is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain to all the court at this point, we'll have an acknowledge that the McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defendant argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no.
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny, Could it be that Van Zix knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, that's, what is that you will say, Bruno? Sooner or later the truth comes out, every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the facts of the things of that Megilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, I could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Ora si batte la faccia. Non voglio portarla a testimoniare. No, I can't get Gina to testify about this. If I did, she'd be forced to admit that she is guilty for a series of friends already. And for a pickpocket like her, that would surely be the nail of the coffin as far as this trial is concerned.
So you're not going to call Jeannie then?
Well, to be honest, I was on the verge of deciding not to. But we have to uncover the truth here. And in order to that, we might have to suffer a new consequences along the way.
Bruno.
In other words, there is only a course of action for us to take here. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
What proposal, Consul?
While the court awaits the arrival of McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. Ma io non volevo farlo, ma vabbè.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks for McGilded. My lord, Miss Lestrade has the information relating to them. I believe that it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting.
I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing,
in particular the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed of your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zix, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense proposal. I move that to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you a good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Gina Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. We know this will be hard, but please, put faith in me here. Good luck, Reno. Dai, No, aspetta, quindi se c'è Gina vuol dire che devo capire quello che dice. Oddio, è la fine. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimely related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
Comunque non è possibile che a Londra ci sia solo un giudice. Però vabbè. That's right, my lord. Your testimony helped to establish the innocence of the the defendant McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are all again. The same players in this trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponiese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the principal suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight in the carriage below. It was General Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. And at the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now 2 months on. Wasn't it that the omnibus murder itself?
But that it may... I recall... Neither did the desk or not this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago?
I don't know what you mean. I already shared all of what you know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial of 2 months ago, the Home Office will persecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Jeannie, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runa now. Irish? We are on your side. Alright then, I'll choke. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem, my learned friend, that hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded found articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus. Harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, commonly sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's going to come out. Like Van Zig said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears.
but as a lawyer I am prepared to that risk.
Senti, mi figlio.
Tertius, that Brickmaster Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from on the sheet, I was I showed the dish on the floor, and all of a sudden I had scream from over my edge, and Judge pair of the roof check went off to call the slops. That's when Miss McGilda slipped the driver in something to run to the pawn shop to run around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing, not to run above wall. I'd see no hurt.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told to the court bears almost to no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's a very chance I may have adjudicated in error in McGilda's trial. It sounds much to me as if the main deliberately deceived this court is an effort to cover up the most wicked schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Oi.
The action of the accused in the trial of the swiftness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
You're wrong. Lascia, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer, he did nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. We are really expected to believe that.
Every snitch has snitched everyone up to the D with an operation to get a man of us go free.
Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take the full responsibility and suffer whatever the consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pound the articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calumny you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be the worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Lamely, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the counsel cross-examination.
Io non la volevo portare a lei, però era a quanto pare inevitabile come cosa.
Tertius, on that night of the
Hold it!
Allora. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
No, in your testimony 2 months ago, I felt certain you claimed Miss Gilda was the sole passenger. Did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what you told me I had to say.
But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I'm talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was plenty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe to let an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
What the disc you saw? Was the disc you saw like this?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it in pretty smartish. And he set the cove with a knife and in its belly up on the sheet.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started to ask me a load of questions, like what name was and where I lived, and that he asked me about beads that I would too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage? In the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First, there was a kind of rapping noise.
Allora io fa un attimo tappa bagno.
Arriva subito. Buhaioli, arriva subito.
Oh vai, ci siamo. Io non so quanto manca ancora alla fine. Ma da quanto stiamo andando avanti adesso? Buhaioli? Da quasi 2 ore. Vabbè, normale amministrazione. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Che ricordi?
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver put up the hoses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I was touched off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still are at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know what I was there, cause I was under the sheet. I heard the coming floor door open and a voice from the outside.
The driver,
Yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
Sì, c'era anche lui.
A fellow who had but the name of Beppo in memory of service.
What did McGill and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Ma su cosa dovrei dire l'obiezione di preciso?
That's where McGill slipped the driver to pawn shop roundabout.
That pawn shop, obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well?
perhaps the excursions to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind, where he was in the stand.
It did, Lord Von Six.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and all carefully like before handing it over. When I show to do that, I remember shaking the coat and words, and it's gonna be a worth few job.
Bob, okay. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flushed some brush in his face. He went running off a lick. Then the begrudger caught me and told me to come out from the driver's cabin. It trained me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Threatened you how, exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to escape if I didn't actually what he said.
Which including giving false testimony in court months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me to have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never
said that if we didn't show up to get the ticket off before 2 months passed, I'd had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in a log, to stop it being fortified. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, where on earth would McGillet would have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem an only logical explanation, my lord. What McGildet had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide in at all costs.
Anyway, after judge, he let me go. So, I left it before the copper showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell them the truth like that.
Gina's really put her faith in you, you know.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time ready for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at this too. It isn't strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time.
Yes, that is strange. It looks they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I completely firm with that. But I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Ma ho belle fatto tutto. Allora, un attimo. Ah, bastava fare così, lol. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Blimey! You're trying to give me that heart attack?
You have been whispering each other for some quite time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
The discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shoddy gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina.
As if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we have we have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its content were due to be fortified.
I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, a new judge.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not, yeah? There were only gonna be 45. Why shouldn't you have got 'em? Anyway, You can't blame me for not for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear McGildet was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I got a clue. But I reckon I must be a worth a fair brush. He was probably gonna shell it. And ya can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
Cosa? Ah, è arrivato, ok.
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready to the court inspection, sir.
La madonna. Tu. Ai ai ai. Vediamo un po'. Cosa ci aspetta?
The mysterious little box deposited by McGildet 2 months ago.
There's no doubt in my mind. There's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Ma va? Come to be continued? No. Ma ora? Ma proprio ora? Accidente a quella serpaccia maledetta. Via. È arrivato il momento di vedere cosa c'è all'interno di questa piccola scatolina.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildet months ago.
And on the night in question, Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves was touched by whatever broke it into the shops.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
E che cosa sarebbe sta roba?
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, this too much to expect.
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it's the device to the playback for this disc, my lord.
È arrivato il momento di riprodurre la musichina.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGildet's disc deposited in Windybank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGildet's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brick maker was trying to sell the music box disc to McGildet?
I believe that the answer will become clear if we listen to the music box disc. On the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let's hear the chord. Listen this curious disc at last.
Eh?
Wait, my lord! Good grief! What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box disc they are related to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Ma che vuole? The disc may very well be motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Boia, parlando ho fatto 400 kcal. Non so nemmeno io come, ma va bene, così.
The persecution has no objection.
But no! That piece of evidence...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has something vested in interest here. But it is policy on this persecutor to leave no avenues unexplored.
Aia! Ah! Mi son fatto una purce secca.
Oh, and you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Che cosa succede? Ho paura. Ho paura. Codice Morse. Sono sicuro sia tipo codice Morse.
What on earth?
Codice Morse.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in the regular sequence.
Mr. Grayton?
This really is priceless.
After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised.
The officer sent to Fletch and then drop on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept with the music box suffers a little way of clues.
Ma è palesemente codice Morse.
Come on.
Yes, alright, it does sound as completely broken, but is it? No. Sì, di sicuro si chiama codice Morse, Dio buono. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? This is an abdominal council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one bothering me. Well, Graydon stands here clerthling victoriously.
The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face.
It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. And what's the making me to appear extremely unhatched?
If that's the stance for the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh!
Just what relevance do you propose, hopeful shaming based on this case?
It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this is not supposed to be music. Ma va? Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right line here. I must be. Marking deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're like acting like how leader, you know. No objection, grande.
We're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now what you've told, us what they are not. I'm sure the court will like to hear what they are like. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Si chiama codice Morse, se è lo stesso. Non è che deve uscire per forza da un telegrafo. Dio buono.
It will be in death of your ill-formed argument.
Che tra l'altro lo so per il semplice fatto che l'ho studiato il codice Morse. Quindi quello è codice. Non so il codice Morse, però l'ho studiato a storia della radio. Quindi stufu Van Zix.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
Codice Morse.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Reno. I've just examined the music box thoroughly. And I'm afraid certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? That's the way it's been made. It can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Codice Morse, dai. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound is producing must significance that isn't musical. Dai, Dio buono. Dai, com'è che non ci arriva nessuno che è un codice Morse? Ah. Could it be... Is what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Reno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much more like this one music box makes.
Ma non mi dire Sherlock. Yes, it's familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. In your assertion to the sound possessed by the music box is not music after all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. No, non ditemi che nel court record perché non ce l'ho.
The man's may learn the police friends. Present proof now. Tangible proof of its latest wild speculation.
Ma non ho nulla nelle prove che è tipo collegato a...
This could be the last chance I'm going to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together.
Codice Morse. Ma davvero mi fa ricercare nelle prove? Ma non è nelle prove. Dai, non è nelle prove. È il codice Morse. Ma non ce l'ho qui delle prove. C'hanno il codice Morse. Allora, vediamo un po'. Questo no, 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 questo no. Questo no. Questo no. Questo no. Questo no. Questo no. Perfetto. Non ne ho la più pallida idea adesso di quale prova io debba mostrare. Per il semplice fatto che so che è un codice Morse, ma non ho nessuna evidenza cioè che mostra il codice Morse essenzialmente. Explains the nature of the sound of these music boxes. Se fosse davvero questo. Contains an article about the government secrets about... Non è che ci ha davvero preso?
Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbrokers Perish in Big Pools Plunder. Hardly supportive in your case. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little farther down the page. Farther down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas for Ministry of Justice. Yes.
Oddio, ci ho davvero preso. Pensavo di no. Era, boh, l'unica cosa ha detto misterioso, una cosa misteriosa. Quindi, boh, ho detto proviamo. Alla fine ci ho preso. Sega, oh, tanta roba oggi.
I understand. I have heard that international transmission along supposedly lecture sexual lines are somehow being intercepted. And I leaked to various other center countries.
And presumably those transmissions are form of wired telegrams?
Of course. Juror number 5, your input please.
Lo sapevo se andava a parare a quella maniera.
Stop, mister? Whatever is the matter?
You told the Kurd before you worked with the SIG communication station and as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
On the particular station where you work deals with the government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes.
We're not run-of-the-mill communication station after all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not very a familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
Lo sapevo, that's right, madame. It bears to be more than passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. It believes it's called Morse code. No, ma va. Buongiorno, la prima cosa che ho pensato, oh, ma fra il codice Morse.
But I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams for government departments, cioè i codici Morse sono la cosa più perfetta per i gialli. Cioè tipo, sono perfetti. Mi ricordo c'era cos'era? Era tipo, sì, Stranger Things, che vabbè non è un giallo però. C'era quella roba con il codice Morse che era fighissima.
There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that music box desk contains stolen government secret in Morse code?
Beh, più o meno. Però perché?
Order! Please everyone, order! But this is a high treason council! Deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment?
There's the sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
C'ho un crampo al piede.
For our sovereign government's beneficial information, hostile nations would surely pay among almost any price.
Yes. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGillet perished, and all the important discs lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because in the disc were to be discovered before it found its way of the country.
It will reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit has no choice but retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain the entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGildet would incriminate him too much if he got the wrong hands.
Is that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim to complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I better stand here in silence while the pretentious Vergain Lower has been bratting away.
Objection!
Oi, obiezione a lui.
Then, all by means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusation brought by the defense.
No, ancora no.
Delighted, monsieur. The witness reminded that the crime under the scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Wittybank, being the most flagitious offense in which the law and of this land sanctions a capital punishment, but in the heinous act of intention is not as serious a crime. I urge you to bear in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
What? Ma...
You get the hell. Let us have a rabbit of a park here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's... Next skulking. Occupation is professional. Betty. Name's Ringo Skulking, but we ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three skulking brap.
Ma non c'era il coso. Ma c'era il biondino lì accanto, Graydon.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Ah, ok.
A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal the confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
No, rondo, grande.
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiation with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look! Oh, but Don is breaking into the gap the other night like what she told us to. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Grande.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? One Mr. I'll do, Governor. What's up? Do I take you that you admit to the crime? That on the night in question you indeed gained entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so a pair of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did!
Ah! Non c'è nemmeno bisogno della cross-examination. Meno male.
Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. What? It's what's supposed to be straight up a job. And about the cheeser whose shop it was, huh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know though who your friends are.
Whatever this means to say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little box to be more significant in the proceedings. However, it has. I will now admit the court record as evidence.
E allora, porca Eva. Pensavo fosse finita e invece non lo è.
A mere communication officer can possibly steal confidential information.
So this newspaper headline accurate? Government communication are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
An important government communication are handled in the high levels and officers by specificals. General members to the staff in the stations where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Let me guess.
Giuro number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't lowly as you're being led to believe. A term of use responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Jared Graydon, he is highly skilled operator stop, currently presents a vital stop.
So you had access to equipment for this confidential communication, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry Technicians and Ministry Communication team. He assists them with ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And is received to top price the cheaper cracking conversation 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusation are completely unfounded.
È arrivato, grande. Meno male lo dici te, fra.
Hold it!
They're not? Grande.
To anyone with a brain that would be bluntly apparent listening to the music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be. My learned friend is some familiar with Morse code.
It looks geniusly shocked as my ignorance.
I would be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court?
No. Don't you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
By combining those differences, you say the letters. I see. For example, this is A.
And this is B.
See, D.
But when you listen to the sound produced by the music song, you hear only one note, don't you? But this sounds so familiar. It's the rhythm of the same and everything.
But there's no discriminable meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Their assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
E non ha due toni, scusate, faceva T. Solo faceva, invece di fare T, fa tling, 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 tling. È la stessa cosa. C'è una nota, però tling, tling, tling. Cioè, ha senso. Invece fare di, dling, cioè vabbè. Però se per loro non va bene, non va bene, devo dire.
What did I tell you? This music box is nothing but a wordless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter better before casting aspersions in future.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to this music box to somehow... Giusto, anch'io non l'ho praticamente analizzato, bravo Baha. See how the McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited it at Windy Banks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
There's no question then. The disc is designed to be played
in this music box. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical, or do they appear to have any meaning? It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more than to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered its secrets yet.
Cos'è questo affarino?
Oh, what is that, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Welcome then. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on the side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, you would both play back at the same time.
Vedi come ballanando. Who'd have thought that would be a second movement on this underside?
And this movement is like the other one. The cub's teeth are the same length.
So it's the movement also produced as a single tone like the other one?
Yes. Except the length of the teeth. The teeth of two cubs isn't the same. So the single tone is produced by this movement will be different to the single one we've already heard.
Ma? Cosa? Goodbye, I will return someday. Ah, niente, un profilo che seguivo di Twitter ha abbandonato. Vabbè, rip.
What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box can only play two tones. Okay. There's still even a possibility that music box is instrumentalist leaking government secrets. There's the belief of the defense at last. Che pizza.
Does it please you, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same argument in infinitum? It's already been established that Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
You'd better present your idea at once. How do you propose that music box, which appears produce only a single tone, could have been used to
type our secret messages into Morse code.
Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music, but... Bruh, l'ho già fatta sta roba. Oh, look at that. Ma non mi dire Sherlock. Dai.
Got it. Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement in the underside of the music box?
What?
It appears, my lord, there are two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back with at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two notes, the dot and the dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend is available.
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that there, as the witnesses point out, he was not once in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal of their disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit that the argument presented by the defense is not much premise. I believe the cross-examination could continue.
Eh sì. Dove sarebbe sto secondo disco?
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will recitate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
I must. Though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Comunque mi piace sta cosa che non puoi tipo continuare se ti mancano dei pezzi, però che non ti tolgono i punti. È bellina sta cosa.
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill had killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in artisan quarters some years ago, but people there remember a little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? He would humble a brickmaker to come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have the more class in that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter,
and is well-to-do communication officer. If I only combine some evidence to link the two of them together.
Nessuno ha da dire qualcosa, vero?
Excuse me. Mr. Ringo Skulking, do you have something to add?
What?
Something that was shared
You got thinking.
Oh well, yeah. I was thinking about me, bro, Skulky.
Oh. The ones you've lost touch with?
Yeah, blame them. I can say sometimes that once. Always had to give some shares, grabbers, we had nothing to eat.
He sounds like a very kind man. Sì, ma non ci interessa.
Get out of it! The ship's on mine. I'm not sharing.
Che casino, che buono.
Like Mr. Gaydon told you, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, huh? Salome thought he was just popping over for the matter after all them years, but the rather a dodgy job for us. Hush.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Gaydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Real kind of basis, you know. Mr. Let's say Graydon saw an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What, who? Me?
Well, your brother was testifying just now. He said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembered the old days, that's all. We used to have a road laugh together way back then.
No, way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Yeah, look at him now, in his fancy whistle and flute. And yeah, wooden Adam and David. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
Huh, is that so?
But he was I'm always coming up with smart ideas that he would like would never have gone through our heads.
God blimey. And that's the roof. Remember, Mableton and Skulky Milk Run? That was a corker, huh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscence has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the cheeser asked us a question, didn't he?
And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is now prepared to accompany your trip with down memory lane. Counsel, can you turn attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow, Mava? My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with these details.
Briefly, I hasten to add. Rondo, say no more, a skulking never skulking. Aspetta, intanto facciamo questo. I'm sure I'm going to forget to regret asking, but what was that exactly? That some kind of business?
Just a little scheme, and we're going back when we was youngster. A bit of funny, really.
delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what was all about.
Excuse me.
Are you all right there, Mr. Graydon? Quite all right, thank you. I didn't know you cared.
Did something about last specimen testimony. We could chart with you, perhaps?
No, not really. I tend to notice what others say.
Oh.
I'm interested in living my life with a flourish.
If you'd kindly like to flourish into people next to you, though. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of international security. Although all this talk is interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage.
It would explain all of the things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Genie overhead with the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break at the Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as waterlight as ever. I wonder if the key must headway with the cross-examination here.
Look!
Hold it! So, did you know about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you were indeed break into Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, did you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windy Banks all along, weren't you?
We were, Gab, we were. You're right here.
Cause he told us to go. It was a plan.
And why is Mr. Graydon's plan break to the into the Windy Bank that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what they told us beforehand anyway. Turned it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? You weren't the place, I can't tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Dio mio.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to collaborate, but on what? So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down the way, the milkman would come with a cart to deliver milk, see? If you're stuck into empties outside of your front door, he would leave ya them full again, right?
So, we were swooped in on the action. Got people sign up with us. We promised to deliver drink. For after half pay so the other gizzard doing it. People couldn't wait to sign the dotted line. We were raking in. We were.
So, did you leave a diary in farm or something?
Good day, Carter Bennett. Are we off for your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
No, we want tango. It was simple. Once you had the idea, we just switch them over, you see. Our customers empties with the full ones wasn't on our books. I thought alright.
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking in the general public is such fashion most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was came up with the idea. Nash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Gaydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself education and get out of that slum we lived in.
Gore, we drugged him about that, did we? Told him he was soft to lead, even think it. But look at him now. He's one good. He's only gonna become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Champsel Wilson Milk Run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. Sì, ma che cosa faccio io mo? Niente ragazzi, mi sono bloccato di nuovo adesso. Allora, proviamo a fare pressione su l'ultimo statement, questo qua. Allora, ci provo. No, l'è andata. LOL. Vabbè, via. Ma io non lo so qui. Sinceramente non so come andare avanti. Allora, Mr. Mason, nananana. Puntini puntini.
If you have nothing more to add, let us return with witness testimony.
Perfetto, nulla, quindi si potesse fare. Aspetta, andiamo avanti adesso. No, nulla, lei ci dice le stesse cose. All we done is break into the Godfather nightlife before it else to do.
Objection!
No. No, 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 no. Allora, intanto facciamo una cosa, perché qui se no è la fine. Allora, tanto abbiamo ancora un'ora a disposizione praticamente, quindi... No, nemmeno qui. Allora, via. Prova a mostrargli il disco invece. No, nemmeno quello. Via. Allora, nulla. Quindi riprendiamo di nuovo da qui. Allora, present. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tam, ta-ta-ta-taram, taram, taram, taratam. C'è troppa roba, io non so come andare avanti qui. Ah. Ah. Come vado avanti? Allora, proviamo. Sto un attimo pensando. Allora, ovviamente se mostro il disco qui, esatto, segniamo di nuovo punto e a capo. Sì, ma il tuo babbo, nel senso. Il tuo babbo, il tuo babbo, il tuo babbo. Ma prova a mettere tipo il giornale? No. Ah, Dio buono. Che palle.
Objection! Objection!
Provo un attimo a fare pressione. Qua un attimino. Ci sono comunque, sono ritornei. How indeed. Dump. Ta ta ta. Dear me. Allora, proviamo a ritornare indietro. Di nuovo. Basta. As the defense demonstrated, the music box is able to play a second disc simultaneously. Dovevo continuare a fare pressione. No, non ci voglio credere. Which means there's a possibility that the device could in fact have been used to produce Morse code.
My Nipponese friend forces me to repeat myself, the courtroom.
Ma che gli L7?
Buhaioli, ma che gli L7, Yenno?
Allora,
Possibilities. Present a second disc of your speak the argument in the water.
I just can't do that in this at this time.
And may I remind you the court that, as the witness has pointed out, He was not once in the mouth of the omnibus moving McLeod to disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
So, as my lord is to be presenting a line of with this argument, I presume that the defense...
Brickmaker and this witness? He's got me. Proviamo adesso.
Objection.
No, siamo punto a capo. Ah, Lemmy, dai. Please. Sì, ma... Boh, proviamo a fare pressione su tutto.
Yes, who else?
Silly me, va. Enough! Why don't you baddies did... Ma sta roba non c'era prima. Perché non mi fa fare lo skip? Obviously, I don't know this man from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your solid thievery.
Well, that's blooming nice, isn't it?
Ma accidenta a me a quando non capisco le cose.
You little turncoat. Fine, that's how I want it. You can play that game.
We have never heard of this guy Jaser before either. I don't know him from Adam. Never spoken in my life before in me. Never even seen him. Never, Nash, never.
Good grief. Such a blatant will not stand in my courtroom.
Well, I'll say this is this. Yeah, if we know touched it.
Yes, no, nothing. Ok, quindi ancora è tutto come prima. In any case, da. Però questo dovrebbe essere cambiato. I'm sure asking about some business. Allora, proviamo adesso a cambiare e spostarci su... So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, it's
Milverton's killing skulking me skin run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oddio, ma perché?
Oh yeah, I got the clever duck.
Enough of this.
how much are longer expected to...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying.
Tell me, why is that was only the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
Bellissimo. Crunchy, crunchy.
It weren't up the best of the time that came from.
Ye.
Yeah, just much. Life worked out of a name. She took name the crown, I'm sure. But Ash always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So, that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is Plumcombe. I've been a Gaiden since I was born. Do you really think you can relay the testimony of these two thieves, huh?
You are a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will be thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Gaydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulking testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then.
Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Gordon was once Ashley Milverton. That information can change things, and could turn around to be extremely important.
È arrivato il momento della verità, ragazzi. Perché io ho capito che bisogna usare quel foglio lì. E adesso con quel libro dobbiamo assolutamente in tutti i modi. Allora, è arrivato il momento. Salviamo i file. Perché ragazzi, secondo me ora ci siamo. Ora ci siamo. Siamo arrivati al punto di svolta praticamente. A un punto di svolta. Sì, lo sapevo. Mr. Ashley Milverton.
Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who will know, understand, been negotiating with McGill that...
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't the surname after all. It was a given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
Infatti, perché proprio ci sta May Milverton. Dio buono. Was your father?
I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to the gilded collaboration with your father.
Olè, signore e signori, la verità sempre dura. Ci siamo. Ora ragazzi, Dio buono, siamo arrivati alla fine, vero? Siamo arrivati alla fine. Spero di sì, perché non ne posso più. Then facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of those witnesses all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, and illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Consul?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communication and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborated scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned the situation, you appeared at the Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But the attempt failed.
Oh, one of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Wait, what? We never knew nothing about that.
On the day that Mr. Windybank was killed, e qui lo vediamo, è stato spostato. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and it was one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrating using the two prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which, secondo me no, to retrieve. Since, if it was to fall into the hands of the police, it would be the proof, or high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began that fateful night of 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Oh, vedi il braccio rosso. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that there were 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windybank's pawnbrokery. Bang! One took the fire of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one intruder. Mr. Graydon, that wound your arm you seem to trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it?
Who's got you know, meal china?
Time to call it squids and croak, I reckon.
Io lo sto odiando.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid handsomely to comply. Io lo odio. Certainly I was a fool. I think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windy Banks last night, ma non mi dire Sherlock. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And you've noticed I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But this is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? God is my witness. I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without the fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that the bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from Skulking Brothers' gun hit a pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Windybank's gun clearly must have been one that cut Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can't rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun. Which can used by fire by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Huh?
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. Ma sta indicando... Che vuoi?
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, you'll lightly say. I was there at Pumbreakers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the disguised career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there, if I may witness the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What? Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that the pickpocket picked the gun. The fenceless pawnbroker and shot him. You what?
Questa è una palese stronzata. Order.
Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you're fully aware of the implication here. If it shows that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give a formal testimony once more.
Ole, via, ancora.
You will now explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment of the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Mori.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Ti scoppiassero le arterie.
Ba 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 Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. While these ruffians were jostling with a broker, I was still nearing the entrance of the shop. When I was with the bank threw Nash on the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I cursed the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, Balakin and a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. Oh no, c'è una spia leati dalla TV. Oh,
good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony.
Ti scoppiassero le arterie, guarda.
You claim, sir, under an oath to have clearly seen the defendant plug in the trigger.
It wasn't my intention to testify on this way. But neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit.
Eccolo.
So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth. Now, as an act of self-preservation.
The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well,
Sorry about that.
Sapeva tutto il bastardo! No! Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And I said she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered off the accused coat? Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure.
ai ai ai. Il sangue mi sa che non è proprio del Windy Bank, mio caro, ma è del tuo babbo, a quanto pare, Graydon.
Really? In her coat could somehow been shown or harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Sure, an investigation is clearly possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Harley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are not used to us here. In science, as a law, theory must be proven before the stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard is more quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship permission, we could shatter the vestiges of doubt within minutes.
Vai, via, seguita.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the genie's coat. If they test their chemicals.
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Oddio. Oddio. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing this coat at the time. My lord, the defense object the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zix, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while they await the shore, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay then. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Ma è una cosa, non so quant'è lungo sto robo. Altro che 1 ora e 30. Sì, qui si va alle boh. Why are these ruffians were jostling with the broker? I was still near the entrance of the shop. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when it suddenly appeared, a few of them. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah. We were just regular mid-mannered bulgars. That's all. Well, we don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes on the shelves of fortified items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. The Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed he could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me bruv, but the gold jizzer chucked me over blooming counter.
Since I pulled me gun on old fella, and it should make him escape her. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbrokers together, shame on you.
Sorry, go.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment where you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Thing crashed in the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. I was at the exactly moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw bleeding badly. Allora. Più o meno ho capito, più o meno. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I need a choice but wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine how it would still bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed. I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
And then he scraped at the doors along the back.
At which point, what did you do?
I pressed the man to be shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall reason why, but I ran after him to the shop.
And what about this peephole in the doll you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door has a solid job, made a stout tool. But there's a small opening in it about the head.
Allora, per ora sembra andare come la dico io, ovvero che, come avevo detto l'altro ieri se non sbaglio, in sostanza è andata in lui, ha preso, o con la porta aperta o dal pippolino lì aperto, ha sparato lì dietro a lui, lei si è presa un colpo con me, ci ha spiegato la figliola, e tutto questo perché prima non sapeva, adesso è per rubare appunto le informazioni segrete del governo.
Actually, I should know what, shouldn't I?
Però non riesco a capire perché vuole rubare le informazioni del governo. Questo non mi è chiaro.
I looked through it myself at that night.
Ui, questo primo piano bellissimo.
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see he went to his people as well?
No, not likely, Gab.
Didn't say nothing of the sort, Gab.
I doubt those buffoons were even aware of the peephole existence. So the Skulkins brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybanks take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes. Though neither of them noticed I was looking. That girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused, black and a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Graydon, the bullet was fired at you. But no. It wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkins gun is grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly it had to be the third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at that time.
Ma è una stronzata.
But no other gun was found there at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glattering each other, but then all of a sudden the broker turned around. And that was at the moment
That little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. All of her? Yes. Through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with victims' blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank blood, is it? No, that's right. If it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood. From when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So it's so annoying. If they'd only accept Harley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, said to get up, and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broken fell into the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? The direction of the storm door. I was watching. I quickly retreated, and then the girl was dropped the gun into the people on the first side on the floor. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was rather worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was in fact who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes. Sì, grande. It was yours truly. I left the clear up of my jackets and of my leggings and left. Clear up? We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. N. Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, no, si spenge il televisore, va bene, ovvio. That night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull of gate, aren't you?
Cosa sta succedendo?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen!
Che cosa sta succedendo? Cosa sta succedendo di preciso?
Something went wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin?
Blamely, is he? Oh, better not again. Ain't he?
What's going on just now?
He saw him. He grabbed him waist. Where the blazer is said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we shut you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about that. Flaming people are in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
O il detective, l'ispettore Gregson mi Mi sa di puzzo. Mi sa di puzzo. Mi sa di puzzo. Mi sa di puzzo.
Could probably see why he's looking at me. I'm telling ya, this day gives me willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that definitely out of character.
Requesting your ladyship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Have the results of the test ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Ah, ci siamo.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination will be temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. È la fine.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir.
Straight. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound.
End of the report. Goodness me.
Eh? Ma c'è qualcosa di... Ma che... Che è sto schifo? See? What did I tell you? No! The blood on the coat is not Windy Banks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windy Banks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. Some of the blood on that overcut is the blood of the meat breaker from the omnibus case. Well, that cannot speak. Isn't that right, Moneypenny's friend? Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer?
Qui si è leggiata malissimo, Naruto.
Your conduct shatters any shreds of the respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it the Balak disgrace. Tresolida, what is it?
Out of their mind, whether the blood on the coat of 2 months ago or not. Even a stethoscope can help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Shum specially.
Mr. Gomez is a detective, not a chemist.
Who did put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when a communications officer?
I helped Boyrutsky to starving the boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that? Mammori, guarda. Ah, il peggio. Voglio di strangolarlo. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grayton could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. That was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Dio buono. È infinito. Chi è ora? No, state scherzando. No, io non voglio più no, io non voglio più non voglio più leggere. Non voglio più leggere. No, non voglio più leggere. No, basta, no. No. Vi prego, smettetela. Vi prego, smettetela. No, vi prego, no. Un'altra submission examination, vi prego, no.
The defense has constantly failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempts you may make the unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
Uwag. Dai.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast?
Cosa sta succedendo di preciso? Chi è che parla?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
No, aspetta! No, non ditemi che è lui. Non ditemi che il bailiff è lui. Coso? No, mi sono dimenticato il suo nome. È il detective.
You've dropped the report now. There will be. Oh, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto.
No, ditemi che è lui. The scientific truths are determined not by saints, but nowhere than the human mind. I know that voice. E cosa è? Oddio, no, ditemi che è arrivato. Vi prego, ditemi che è arrivato quello che tossisce di continuo, non mi ricordo come si chiama. Dai. Ah! Ditemi che lui, vi prego, ditemi. Cosa? Cosa? In che senso, Mr. Jones? Faccio una screen. Perché questo no, io non... No, io ero sicurissimo fosse... Ma come Sholmes? Ma come Sholmes? Ma non... Ma che... Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Guarda un po' chi ci abbiamo in tribunale.
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
Yes, well, I would be. I had not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Harley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
No, vabbè. Something already. Non ce la faccio. I need no more than 5 minutes. Will you be so kind to spare us the time?
What do you say about this, Lord Von Six?
This trial has taken many hours of course time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't wanna go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Well then, Council, you have 5 minutes.
Che sta succedendo? Che cosa? Che sta succedendo?
My fellows, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Shums, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've just managed to summon the strength to stand. Man, I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even I may prove too much time for me. Please forgive me, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hardly. This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analyses are.
I swear that conclusion of mine was really just a bit spurred to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine for a perusal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Cosa sarebbe? What is that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A living present. From Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? Dalla Susie? Ok, combinavo la Susie. If possible, matters will be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, want to do. You just find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were be given this small parcel. Those were the latest instructions. A living present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Okay. What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah, ve l'ha piegato. Sì, che cosa mi serve sta roba di preciso non ne ho idea. Miau.
Nya.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What was that? Sì, poi tutta sta roba del quinto caso. Cioè, è un'eternità da quando l'ho iniziato. Dio buono.
What's Susie up to?
Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Dai, ma... whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windybank in pursuit of the thieves.
Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear. Your answer, my dear fellow. No, not all cryptic then. So Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? Ok. Ah, bello. Io lo adoro.
Your 5 minutes is over.
Anche se è passato un po' meno, però. Andiamo un attimo a esaminare questo a treppolo. Nulla, via, nulla.
Whew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates times per second, so I can't any kind of door not in a time at all. And what are the two parts in top here? Ah, those are for attaching hinges in the action door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing matches this machine of power. It can make mincemeat of even the thawest doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat. That it's a grim weapon of doors destruction. One guy saw the robo. Well, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. He's even developing deadly weapons.
Bah, fra. Che tu mi dici? Ok, quindi c'è qualcosa che push analizzare? No, via. We're at our time already? Più o meno sì. I'm grateful to you for affording the brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are on harmonious leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a submission examination. By any attempt to after the verdict would now believe utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What's your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
My lord, the defense requests... questo. Further cross-examination.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you must not cross-examine any witness now.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of any witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It might appear that rather important detail has escaped to your attention, Mr. Reaper. Esatto. No, che grande! Che grande! Fenomeno! Fra! Troppo forte sei! Fra!
So nobody can see anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Greydown,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
I would remind us present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the cross-examination, the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting perpetration of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense of one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose about a statement from the witness testimony. Ma sta roba è nuova, non si è mai vista sta roba. Porca Eva. Boia. Troppo, my lord. Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence must be generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Che battuta orribile. I leave this in your capable hands. No! Cascato! Poverino! Intanto salviamo ogni bene. Perché qui ragazzi siamo agli sdoccioli, agli sdoccioli. Agli sdoccioli siamo, agli sdoccioli. Miss Shams! Dai, sta bene, non vi preoccupate. Ma poi perché guardi avanti? Ma che problemi hai?
To stand so incautiously before the court in state of such high fever. Enter the man of extraordinary state, strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down. Why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Shams down, or Iris. Yeah. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Non so come andare avanti perché sta roba mi è totalmente nuova. In quell'oggetto non c'è mai stata una cosa del genere. Cosa faccio? Un attimo. Mr. Graydon, I take sure with...
No, my learned friend, I take issue with you.
Ah, oops.
His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. The prosecution demands the stern punishment for any mischief in the cross-examination.
Madonna mia. Ai ai ai. Porca Eva, quindi non posso nemmeno fare il pressing. Devo subito andare con... The Kiss and Blackout. Ma la musica è bellissima.
His lordship is only going to allow to present me one piece of evidence here. But it's clear that what piece of evidence should be.
How in the world did Susie manage to sneak up with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes, at least. That's what Mr. Shams said. I was only gone from the place about 5 minutes when I went after the skulking brothers. What possible reason could Susato have had the iris contraption in that time?
Could it be
Of what
she did with the cat flappomat?
completely changed one key premises this testimony is based on? Ci sono. Questo. È lei.
Ah, see. What on earth is this eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, this is my cat flappomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats get in and out from a room. It can cut through any door, and you can think and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go. They play.
I'm sure we can all work for ourselves. But that cat over contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker store.
Not being keeper of cats myself, but I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter in hand.
Perhaps it would help us if I described the function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the pacework of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant and shops.
Yes. The 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else? I have witnessed in the crime, for pity's sake. Yes, how could you? What? Ah, ho capito solo ora in sostanza. Non so se qui... Allora, probabilmente qui non si vede nemmeno, Però non c'è lì il pippolino a luna di mattina. Mentre all'1:30 c'è. Che stupido, perché me ne sono accorto solo ora di sta roba? Oddio.
Can't say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. That I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and such time as she did, the door has no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. How can you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene. Whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. I was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, it's the light of this new information. It becomes... Quindi quello detto in sostanza non era vero, perché se il peephole è stato fatto dopo, la sparatoria è venuta con la porta aperta essenzialmente. That Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with
in tutti i sensi. Fa delle buche in terra, ma non in terra, sulle porte. Vabbè. The majority of the Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon the witness through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shaking me in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that people did not exist in the door, che ore sono? Perfetto. Quanto manca? Wow 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 wow. Boh, e io voglio continuare, voglio finire sto processo. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Vedi come balla Nando, eh?
Order, order! Is there a credits in this revelation?
E allora stai zitto.
Ma zitto, none whatsoever, as my dear learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is some cheap design disgrace to me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Dai, se mi fanno vedere qualche cosa e mi fa vedere che c'è qualcosa, io vado a mostrargliene che qui non si vede un carbo.
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. I can cut through even the thickest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wacky, cooey, time for dinner.
Ma lì, ma che... Ma...
Nya.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does not make cat flaps? The paneling in the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom that Mindybanks was made by the air machine. And there's no way you can prove it was...
oh no. But it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps in my cat floor crates all for the fixed size. And the dimension of the people Windy Banks are in an exact match. Hehe. Outsinky. Lost for words.
Excellent work, Harris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned friend's turn to build to lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country from your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulties in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the people has the dimension of that are perfect size for interpretation. In that case, when was the people cut? The persecution demands proof of your answer. What the perspective 6?
Non ce la fa più, c'è troppa roba scritta.
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people after the device, but now the purpose is rather not violent. She cannot testify the fact. There is no proof. The defense mate. My learned friends claim amounts of more than a baseless accusation.
Ikene!
Push. Indeed, that's so, Lord 16. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is a time to create your opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel of the defense will present the evidence to support the claim made. What people of the door storm created? Allora, io ci sono. L'unica prova secondo me che si può vedere è palesemente in questa foto qui. Ah, ma va, ma non mi dire, Van Zixino dei miei stivali.
What are you? A print from the detective infernal cameras again?
Ma ci dice la stessa, Mr. Sato Mikotoba is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I had a cause of doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print... it shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed.
And also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defendant's broker. But no more to the point. In pictures, the storeroom in the background.
Let me see the print again.
Dai, facci sto zoomino.
I don't believe it! This is quite remarkable. Tutorial on the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a people and of any description.
Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because of the time that it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Olè, via. Meno male. Grr, grr, grr. Arg. Ah. Il suono della vittoria, più o meno.
I am satisfied that the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know beyond all the reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Six.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes. That's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, you can look at the circumstances that I am the victim here. Aspetta un attimo, perché io mi devo cosagliene le orecchie che mi iniziano a farmi male. Oi oi, figlioli. Oh, via. Ma quanto devono allungare il brodo? Oh, please, no! No, lo dico io, altro che te, Dio buono. Te non segui da 4 ore e 20, porca. I don't believe this. But you're right, it's stand now. I don't have any definitive proof then that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it. How now? Iris? You now know what they say. Un'altra giornata nel... There's no point in looking at the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote from him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon.
Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told makes no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known.
In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Oh, via, what? Ma ti stai zitto una buona volta che parlo di cose giuste.
This is provocative talk, counsel. I don't want to enlighten the court, explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another.
Ma lasciamo il giocatore a le sue decisioni.
Via, they show that missing knowledge is something you shouldn't have known about. Namely,
questo. Allora io lo salvo, però tanto sono sicuro 90 su 100 che questo. No, che è questo.
namely, the point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of your lie you concerned that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, you witness? The people in the doors was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two bulgars, Scotland Yard's investigations arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
In altre parole, la Scotland Yard è corrotta come lo schifo.
The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the other two officer working around the clock in shifts, so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence from your basis testimony is completely unacceptable.
Oh, cosa c'è ora, brutto gay?
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zix?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not the all same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole.
Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Oh, stai zitto! Ti spacco di manate il Van
Stop there, my learned friend.
Orca Eva.
You realize I trust that the others you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering that particular clue we have, there is really one person that it could be.
Who is this person in question, Counsel?
Oh, signori, prepariamoci al plot twistone. Al plot twistone sono pronto a fare. Sono pronto. The truth is, it can only be io, Inspector Gregson. Me? A quanto pare no. Peccato. Consider the fact that we have been aware of Mr. S identity of the last few hours. Mi aspettavo tipo un più... peccato. Quindi non è lui. Vabbè. The curse a trial today. Indeed. Preparation for his testimony were made by the great urgency during our recess. Well, police executed the subpoena and brought the man here with the circumstances the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No linking that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until the much time that he has summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have defined himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
What suggesting to the court is that of this trial was in progress, that he received the permission so that he could perjury in order to save skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had the contact with, it's you, Inspector Gregson.
This is blooming outrage. Where would I begin? There is our investigation for this fella,
I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess at any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the Brookery. Which means the first time these two ladies are projecting following the recess. Since then, they've been full in view in the stand. There were such insolite discussion couldn't possibly have occurred. In sostanza, quando stavo facendo il pressing alla mia carissima difendante, alla mia carissima imputata, quale la fratellina Gina, loro stavano parlando e da lì, ma non mi dire Sherlock, kill people, Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? It was Ginny who was testifying. Ah, wow, ma è quello che ho appena detto io, esatto. But the bailiff was the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Ma scusate, ma mi stavo aggiustando il ciuffo perché nel frattempo io mi muovo e muovendomi e faccio casini. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would be possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little Torarg! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I that block?
Immediately, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of the deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
Oh, ma che sono infilate le cuffie? Sì, sì. E chi hanno attivato il microfono? Lo vedono mica. Sì, sì. Perché qui razzi ci siamo. Siamo agli sgoccioli, figlioli, I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Il disco!
I'm sure I need to remind the inspector.
Oh, mi è esploso un bollicino allucinante. Ed è una potta. È una potta! Mi è esplosa la faccia, razzi! Oh! Quanto sangue! Oi oi! Oi oi oi!
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping with accusation is this Nipponese student speciality.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical claim.
Che cazzo? What?
Evidence? Just what you're proposing to demand of the witness in return. The court must see proof alleged the all.
If Inspector Jackson did strike a deal with Graydon, then logically there's one other thing the court would have asked for. That must be it! Il disco che non posso avere perché non ho la prova. Quindi, nel dubbio, provo sia con il disco che con l'affare.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for answer now, counsel. What evidence explain the nature dealt with this problem with the witness? È arrivato il momento, buhaioli. Il momento in cui chiuderemo questo stramaledettissimo cavolo di processo. Sì! Alla prima! Sì! Inspector Jackson! Besides this murder, it's not true that you have been working on another very important case? What are that? Got no sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How bloody Nora could do?
We discovered during the course of this trial that the music box deposited at Wendybanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded to the pane of discs that were in McGilden's possession, are the late classified secrets. So put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing the secrets, you will cleverly make a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchange the disc for details of the case. You little... Ma anch'io sono un pazzo a fare sta roba. Cioè io veramente voglio uccidere la mia voce. On the day of the incident,
But then we met you at Windy Bank, and you say this. You say this.
I'll be taking whatever it is of my guildets down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, I don't give it to him. It's mine, Duchess. It's mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to my guild that has not been taken in evidence now.
Ma quindi siamo arrivati alla fine? Vi prego, ditemi di sì stavolta perché veramente non ce la faccio più.
Is that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and to do it the QT strictly hush. And that explains why, when I presented the desk of evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that contained highly confidential information. Plainly, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details to the crime scene to the witness? To add this man giving false testimony? There's no other way that McRaydon could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Ah, poverino.
If I had the stress, if that snubbering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second thesis ever speak in this very courtroom.
Oh, wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make claim there like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, huh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would have, wouldn't have accepted this gentleman's agreement this matter. No, he would have insisted in giving the article graded upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession?
He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes. The defense demands the inspectors is searched at once.
Definitely. The court only have struck a deal with the other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please! Order an examination of his personal effects immediately!
Well, Inspector!
Cazzo, mangi, fra.
That young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if that's put to be matter upside down in my involvement, then I'll happily submit a body search.
What?
He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the purse he pays of your now teacher, my learned student friend. You have made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector personal effect notice is found, you will be deemed unfit to cut off service, and this trial will end, and my country's government will fundamentally demand from yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Ah, that sounds serious. Ma va? Ma non mi dire, mio caro Rionosuke. Alexa imposta tutte le luci su Ciano.
Indeed, to have visiting student that make such defamatory remarks about our country's senator police force is not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation beyond serious is beyond serious. You must be prepared for great consequences.
I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted this gentleman agreement for something so critical. That desk must physically change hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow something doesn't feel quite right here. Vai!
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask one final time.
Yes, my lord!
Do you still persist formally requesting the search of the... someone else?
Allora, via. Sinceramente, secondo me, ce l'ha un'altra persona che in questo momento non so. Non so chi sia. Withdraw the request. Proviamo, secondo me è questa, sai? Poi non lo so. The defense formally conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness will end on hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson do you do some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector.
Ah, ha sbagliato a fare. The demands search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? No! What's all this? I'm the only one you're accusing, aren't I?
Okay.
I thought you wanted to search me.
No. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all of this, eh? Lost it at ears, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't help to put up this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Tutto ciò non ha senso.
Bruno's doing what you told him how to do, to having the courage to his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is aware of Defense Counsel's conviction and urgently awaits the next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm very sure about who has the desk in this moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel of whom request do you search now?
Allora, io ho due belle persone. La prima è lui e la seconda è... Van Zixino, caro. Però ora andiamo su lui. Mr. Ashley Gordon, my lord. The defense demands the searching at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Grayton?
Oh, contraire. Quindi... And so a brief was searched on her bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that me... cazzo. Enchanté. Yeah! Boom! Vai, via. E allora voglio provare un'altra personcina cara tra le presenti. E non può che essere lui. My lord, the defense of...
Good grief! What could exist between the person and the case counsel?
It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. The defense counsel aims humiliation. Perhaps this will give him a taste of own medicine.
Ma come?
If Ragazzi does have the disc at the moment.
Yeah. Quello c'è accanto. Off, my lord.
Mr. Nash Skulkin!
Well, I never...
Me?
Well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a search of his personal effects. Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard is to object the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, the only person and the defense have no the authority to object.
But... Lord Van Zix...
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing me of the course of that trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
No, old Amo, I do know nothing. Nothing about a disc. Go to town!
Sta a vedere, Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness pocket, I found this. Ah.
Good lord, that's... another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Ah, era quando lo stava scuotendo. Che imbecille, perché non ci sono arrivato solo ora? That is the second music box left behind Magnus McGilded. It's not Inspector Gregson.
Yeah! Order, Mr. Skulkin! What have you to say for yourself?
Good Bennett, I mean, I just... Guard of Fleming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc in that thread, Inspector Thread information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. Esatto. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, what you left in the pawnbrokery that night was a bit changed with a second disc in your jacket pocket? I was admin of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions.
The inspectors appeared to have grabbed Nash skulking by his coat and shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me knocking was gonna felt cool enough. I did. I was thinking I'd been born for brother, as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned, grabbed me, a whistle, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got to the station? That's what she said.
Why the blazes didn't you mention? Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled.
Yet it took down the car. All it did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must been then that he did that. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
What? Well, bless my wing. He did it?
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to the comprehension motive here.
Sì, ma Dio buono, ma che te ne frega?
If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector is not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to cover the secrets leaked from the ministry, and so do it the QT. Strictly hush hush.
Hush, hush? A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from a confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating that under the direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid that I'm not liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there were a chance that you may be searching here in the court, he took steps to hide the disc had acquired from the witness.
Huh? Does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulking in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc in his pocket.
So, it was a pretense?
Maledetti.
Well now, Inspector Jackson, and you, Mr. Grayton.
Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against out of the alleged deal?
DDC. Un'altra witness testimony non la posso sopportare. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Grayton. Clearly, our Eastern visitors has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony that I admit to, so sentence me accordingly. But it's all I admit.
Ma ti scoppiassero le arterie, porca di quella puttana. No, 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 vi prego. Vi prego, io non ne posso più. 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 Non ce la faccio, non ce la faccio, non ce la posso fare, non ce la posso fare, non ce la posso fare. Ci sono.
Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of this young man's fancy. I have no idea of what any of this is about.
Dai, poteste farla finita.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you mean making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the desk?
Ladies and gents of the jury,
Oh,
as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest for the country. Whatever I've done, I'm in the name. It's in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be guiding light when you're marking your decisions.
this is quite quandary indeed. Rarely I have encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in absence of further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final leanings.
Well, now, as Sir I must sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes good, judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's blutter to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
The detective has much trust in us. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are... They are going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now...
Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Are there some proof that Graydon killed Wendy Beck, the stole government secrets? Or some evidence to force... Gregson admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time to impose that the jury to declare your final decision now. That is, unless you have a compelling evidence to have thus far not presented in the court to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So they sort us no choice. Bruno, you have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. Then it's come down to this. How do I present evidence against Gregson or Creighton? Papà, un commentino. SL mi vorrebbe iniziare il film alle 22:30. Ah, io Giulio spero tanto di farcela per le 22:30, ma io credo proprio di sì. Ah, guarda Giulio, veramente io non ne posso più, sono distrutto. Voglio finire questo coso perché... Ecco. Quindi DAL che... Aspetti le 22:30, se non ci sono lì mi sparo, ecco cosa.
You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose.
Allora, io di sicuro ora come ora devo fare il pressing su questa cavolo di roba.
To have this first hand here. What piece of evidence got to have me declare struck in this stand?
Allora, io secondo me devo fare il pressing su due cose. Numero uno, su questa music box, o due sul cat flapomat. Prima provo questo.
Is that Mr. McGilded peculiar music box, counsel?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play.
I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen the sound produced by the music again.
Only this time. With a second disc, we have just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, does this counsel?
No!
No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not? Giulio, mi sa che tra pochino arrivo su Discord, vai.
Because it's nothing to this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Huh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that the Morse code is comprised of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have the chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, sunshine! We are talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom your confidential information like this, it's treason.
Then you admit the charge that in order to protect the state secrets you engaged in awful dealings with the witness.
You're mad.
If you let that secret information into the public domain,
you'll be making enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked the confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I am, make my enemy off. Bellissima sta roba. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by the music box.
Come on, Van Six. For Pete's sake, stop him.
Non avevo ancora lanciato la gamba in questo processo. Forse prima, ma nella live precedente, questa di sicuro no.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a persecutor, I'm not a Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to do law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by a fair means of foul. No!
Very well, the defense stance here of that persecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, andiamo appena poco. The court will now listen. The box-in operation was once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs are playing simultaneously. Oh! Momento della palese verità. Chi è che vuole?
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for love of God, shut that blooming out!
Silenzio più totale in aula. Ok, bene. Dai, ci siamo quindi? Ce l'abbiamo fatta? Ce l'abbiamo fatta! Sì! Ce l'abbiamo fatta! Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with a witness to stand you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Grayton? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc?
Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Esther lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here to stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile!
Shut up!
Psst, you there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me in this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and took him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains in the overcoat.
By giving false testimonies, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder.
Inspector, you knew that. Yet, you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. I did. But it turned out the people had only been made on that night after the incident took place.
Scotland Yard wasn't aware of it, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Grayton, what do you have to say for yourself?
There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind.
You struck the deal with the inspector to escape a very ambitious of a serious crime, namely this.
You are the third under who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you prepared the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Vai! Via con questo, ragazzi. Io vi lascio un attimino perché devo andare a dare da mangiare al cane. E ne colgo anche l'occasione per fare delle cose. Tanto ci metto 5 minutini. Vi lascio con questo bello riunoso che Naruhodo, che vi osserverà in modo bruto, che sta osservando. Sicuramente voi pensate sia Graydon, ma in realtà sta osservando tutto questo Lord Van Six. In quel momento fa: Fra, ma perché mi stai guardando?
si va a godegliene con Ryunosuke Naruhodon. Non ci credo, Giulio. Giulio, se ci sei ancora. Giulio, ce l'abbiamo fatta. Ce l'abbiamo fatta, Giulio. Finalmente ho perito quante ore dietro a questo cazzo di coso. Non ne ho la più pallida idea. Quanto? Giulio, quanto? Esattamente. Allora il triste è passato di cosa, elementi nascosti. Allora, esattamente 1, 2, quindi 1 ora, 2 ore, 3 ore, 4 ore, 4 più 8, 8 più 8, ben più di 16 ore dietro a questo cazzo di processo. Io non ci credo nemmeno, Giulio, e siamo arrivati alla fine. Non so, Giulio, se ci sei ancora. Oh, ecco, troppo, sì, troppo. You Traitor! Che, oddio, che cazzo sta succedendo? Giulio, ti prego, segui sta parte. Ma no, gli ha fatto sputare. Ma that's it then. It's all over. Ah, Dio, Madonna mia. Mamma mia. Quanto cazzo ho sofferto. Io non riesco ancora a realizzare che ho finito il processo. I despited my life growing up. Those slum and vile places are vile places. It was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a pelliners artisan. Ah, ok, il frocio che parla. È il fra che parla. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Cosa da dire a tua discolpa, So I set about studying to better myself. The one today to escape that hotel. Yeah. And eventually became a communication officer, and I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Oh no, applauso pagliaccio. Applauso pagliaccio va fatto proprio a questo buhaiolo. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to throw them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. That one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Proprio lui. You're famed in queer talent, so you are. If I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is along with me a little blend now. I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message. Alongside McGilded would be busy. Buy them. Would buy them for a handsome sum. As I were responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was simple enough task. The lurch of the devil's sufferings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. Però ancora io ho troppe domande aperte. Abbiamo risolto al 500% questo, il caso dell'omnibus e tutto il resto, ma mancano ancora delle domande. Domanda numero 1: perché hanno ammazzato il babbo di Iris Wilson? Domanda numero 2: perché hanno ammazzato il mio migliore amico? Nel gioco ovviamente. Perché io non ho in realtà un migliore amico, non ho amici anzi. Ovviamente scherzo.
And for that reason, I took that lengths.
E numero 3, ho ancora delle domande aperte sul penultimo caso. Perché quello non si sa nemmeno chi era, chi è morto. Non sei riusciti a capire. Cioè, quindi è impossibile siano filler in qualche modo. È impossibile.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands, and he'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be insufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. I sought my father again and employed his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left slums 10 years earlier.
Ah, delle immagini che c'erano all'inizio. Che io non capivo un carbo, ok.
Look at you, Housley. What a fine gent you've become, huh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, fair old man. But poverty had never broken. Never corrupted like him it had me. I was sure I couldn't tell me for him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for your father. I need a music box disc made.
Music box disc, huh? A musician friend of mine has written
some musics he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2 actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though.
Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting information in 2. You were taking break relations indeed.
E ancora ho un dubbio enorme ora che ci penso. Il quarto dubbio è com'è che è esplosa letteralmente, tipo ha preso fuoco l'omnibus e McGilded è morto. Questa cosa non l'ho capita. Però vabbè.
Myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved in this first disc and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago?
Was the second part of the deal the exchange of a second disc? Of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant with part of his money.
But it doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why is that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received that 1,000 guinea after my first
completed dealings with McGilded, I decided that to give 200 to my father for his troubles.
Ok.
But father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you will let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
Godo. Ti sta bene, brutto figlio della merda.
That's why it was my father's up dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like he'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt to be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of this wealth influence to bear the most despicable of ways. Die to crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial of 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched the British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of that sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. You're willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to anything you ask. McGilded himself had shot me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After it twisted everything in his favor in this cartoon to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and deliberated the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Quindi a quanto pare. Quindi è stato lui ad appiccare il cazzo d'incendio.
Was caused by this man.
Ma va?
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to allow me in the courtroom. What's this, officer? The sooner that I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. This time, per the inspection, they're going to examine or cazzocola e cascala borraccia dell'acqua.
Mi devi sapere la mia Juve? Ah, no, Giulio, no, Giulio, ho appena detto Juve, ma non di mia volontà, perché stavo leggendo i messaggi dall'orologio. C'era Juve e che io ho letto Juve e in realtà ho fatto no. Bellissimo. Non che ti interessi qualcosa, però
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be the present from myself.
quindi lui era il bailiff. Porca troia.
So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me.
Ah, ok, non era lui.
McGill that used it to wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all the manner of false evidence. He threatened a witness to lie in their testimony. So, I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sharp policemen used McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell.
Come fa ad avere il bastone ancora intero se l'ha spaccata a metà?
An aie for an aie.
Ah, no, ok. No, non era aie. Ho letto la E con la A, ho sbagliato io.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spade-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes. I should think it's obvious the second disc, which my father was taken in exchange with me gilded.
Ah, yes. That was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
Io devo ancora capire perché è stato ammazzato il babbo di Iris. Poverina. Dai. Ormai ho capito che il secondo e il quarto caso sono stati abbastanza casuali, quindi diciamo filler per la storia. Per ora l'unico caso che è ritornato è quello dell'omnibus. Però vediamo se magari ci sarà qualche cosa aperta alla fine.
I remember something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. At the music box, you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, ingenious for young man.
What's this? With the bank's phone brokery?
Ah, yeah. It is a pawnbrokery ticket, so it is. We can use to redeem an article I've deposited for you. There is no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the 15 what you're worth. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch the good thing if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. K. Greytown? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places. Porca Eva, io ora li ammazzo tutti perché mi sto sfavando. You know, each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So,
I knew if I'd taken the steps to hide the desk, it would be that pumbrockery somewhere. And that the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That when we first met you at the wind bank that afternoon 2 days ago. You had the description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was too clear, peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGildett's pawns. That he must have threatened with her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started making some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out. The woodwork to redemption on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGildett's overcoat, and the one disc was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside were missing. Because it already had been fortified 2 days earlier. But I wasn't unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation is onto the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGildet was involved. Inspector! You've recovered so fast! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector were here to look at the desk from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against me. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGildett's on the shelves of fortified articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew that was happening, I'd fired back. That meant already turned to flee. I hadn't intended
to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back and fled through the storm for the refuge. Sorry to you. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine that Nasharingo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's all the story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on the wretched night. Oh.
Silenzio più totale. Vabbè. E allora è andata, dai. Dai è andata. Dai è andata. È andata. Ci siamo.
Earlier you called me gilded and a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same.
In effetti sì. Sì.
You have become the very monster you saw, and despise it so deeply in my gilded.
Yes, I think I have. Ma ora è finita!
Well, things have been has been a long, exhausting trial.
Ma non dirlo a me, fra,
However, it would seem that at last we arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Grey done?
He's being restrained, my lord. He's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of the government secrets.
Very good.
And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face the charges as yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were implicated in helping the criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing it in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and the inexcusable.
Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It's time for the final adjudication. The jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
Yes, sir! Governing squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final kill, the vanishing whistle. My man is ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Ole,
Not
not
guilty.
guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah!
Not guilty.
Oh, sì? Bam, 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 bam. Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Funny, Bruno. You finally managed to do it.
Finally, is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on the top of a while there.
Susie was right. You are the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me, Judge, for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation of the trial today, you only did you unlawfully enter in Pawn Windybank's pawnbrokery. You also attempt to abscond with McGilded's property sales.
Huh? I never done nothing of the sort. Ah, of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in the cell yesterday or anything. Oh. And just, I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny's this evening.
And turning your attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The persecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To the demanding that government secrets will be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector going to admit what he'd done, so if I may something to that point, isn't it that? Is it, the sound produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really a Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered. It does and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madame. An unworthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say, that is my opinion, that the sounds produced by those discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Hurry up! Not! How many times do I have to tell you? Does this contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. We know McGilded's conspired to trade national enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Creighton. Now that the man has admitted his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade!
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appealing experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't there nothing to say mustache in the slums?
I beg your pardon?
If you're whack, you pay for it. That's how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon what I walked for something out today. That won't ain't fair, but if you want to get to change, you've got to start with a charm at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Vai, via, anche lezioni di vita, ci siamo, vai. Let's go, ma che... What the fuck? Via, no, bisogna fare la sverta perché c'è anche il computer scarico.
Buhaioli.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I urgently look forward to the burn again, Miss Lestrade, never regretting my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard of murder of Mr. Pup Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Oh,
è stata la cosa più angosciante della mia vita dopo l'esame di storia della musica, ragazzi. Vi giuro. Vai, pure i fuochi d'artificio. Che ancora mi chiedo come fanno ad essere. Tra l'altro ha lanciato pure lei. Lol. Aspetta, non leggo. Non leggo.
That's all. Court is adjourned.
Si gode. Cosa? Perché ci sono solo loro due?
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite big Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to malice that first sit within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent of judging a character, especially considering our very difficult cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we are all human beings. We are not so very different on the inside.
You know, I look this case from one very simple reason: to lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Cosa? Quindi lui era amico di un giapponese.
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal in the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, we'll learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Vabbè, dai, sì, sicuramente. Ci scommetto che era per il fatto che tipo lui era il così rinomato Reaper. Di sicuro è quello che poi da quello lì verrà rinomato Piripi. Vabbè, I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago.
Vabbè, che cazzo ho appena detto io? Vedi che è quello, ma va?
It gives me cause to wonder if 4 meetings has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned friend Japanese fellow, until we meet again.
Che carini, dai. C'hanno un rapporto di amicizia spaventoso. Seriamente spaventoso. 17 aprile alle 5:24 di pomeriggio. È una fila.
The Old Bailey's Defendant's Antechamber.
It's done. It's over at last. Già. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end.
You're as short as your name.
Sta vedi tipo ora lei sviluppa una sorta di amore verso lui. Che cringe. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before she kept your promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figure something out today. That's all my life growing up in the slums. I never trusted no one. But that's because I've been scared of being stabbed up in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Che carini! Oddio, ma aspetta, quanta differenza c'è tra di loro, scusate?
Non so quanti anni ho, ma è possibile!
Lei ha 17 anni e su questo non ci piove un carbo.
Ma quanti anni ha Ryunosuke, per la miseria?
Yes, I think I understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial of 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked for something quite out recently too. Trusting someone is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you you're the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well.
Via un commento. Oi buhaioli.
Mi tocca rizzarmi, andare a vedere che mi ha scritto cosa. Oi.
Rinoso e Naruto a 23 anni. Grazie Giulio, perfetto. Allora va bene. Dai, può ancora esserci una storia d'amore tra loro due.
Don't make a lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Oh, for crying out loud packaging. But I suppose I should feel the same way. Sometimes trusting someone else is, right.
Thanks. This is the way you say it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith is in his client. And that comes to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, I am living up your expectations. Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Chi è che ci rompe i coglioni? No! Dai! No, non ditemi di nuovo lui. But what the deuce? Men have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow. Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner from the room for an eternity. Haha, yes, it was me all along, you would have said then finally you noticed me. But you people! With your unnecessary babbling!
Stones!
Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see? No, non vedo nulla, eccolo. Bada, me bellino tu sei. Un figurino. I assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Ma come escape fra? Oh. He happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was standing to me. I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justifully rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I'll tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you? Huh? Some great detective you are. Great being cold as ice may be. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having to acknowledge in your bath, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that barely did cause me a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as twice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? My neck. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it wasn't the intention to alarm you, but... an aquatical in a trial that was particular persecutor, perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Cause anyone who found not guilty in the trial he was working went up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. Gilden, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such an irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Curse not. The way I see it, the Reaper's bitch, I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs, knows what's right. He knows people like on the inside. Huh? He won't have gone the wrong end and the shake. There are some coves that begrudge that were rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's the only way looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives in another. Well, I ain't them killed that show or would. So I ain't scared. Just I got Come la modalità notte? Dai, una fia, mi devo sbrigare allora, via. A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Per fortuna siamo alla fine, guarda. Ora Giulio a momenti arrivo su Discord. Spero. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? I was saying congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express the heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Siamo alla fine? Well,
There you are, Harley! How long there have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise, and I was hiding in the room as dressed as a bailiff.
But these dots haven't noticed my presence after all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Harley, but you just don't have the whitey presence you think to have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land into trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Judge, look, I'm gonna be going from nowhere for a while. You heard Judge Patcher. I got stuff to make amends for. Apparently, all jam offers. What was it again? Allora, se lei me la fanno morire nel 2, io mi incazzo come una iena. Non voglio assolutamente che Gina muoia, ok? Se mi muore Gina, io mi sfavo perché Gina deve andare con Naruto prima o poi. Dai, deve per forza di cose, ragazzi. Per forza di cose. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket as the main offense. But I'm driving an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start your off shallow weird, did ya, Hoto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them a lot like me from the slums. Something that makes difference for him.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the person in carriage has arrived, madame. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Oh, non morire, Gina, mi raccomando. Right. Well, looks like I'm off, Jan. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. I love you. But I can't say it. Hojo? Yes? I love you. Ma che fa? Oh scema, ma che fai? Ah! Wait, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you say, so. Ha, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls a phrase to hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Huh? An occasion to such as this. No, aveva la pipa, non ho fatto la parola. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well. Thanks. Joe. Che carina. Sto fangirlando inutilmente. Guardate, ma è carina senza il cazzo di cappello. Thanks. Thank you for everything of what you've done. For believing in me. Dai. Ma che carini. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. E così, ragazzi, finisce, se Dio vo... No, non è ancora finita. Oh, vai. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever seen her again. Ma sì che la rivedrai, la dovrai sposare prima o poi. Well,
The question terminal prick push.
Oh, I nearly forgot about a paper outside. It's a special edition, and it's trial all over in front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have known it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no. How silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Reno Harley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get bad news of the way first. Allora dirà prima la buona notizia. Absolutely not! I have the intention of listening anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer questions is about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news.
Hai visto?
This time, the rain has finally stopped. It was a record of level rainfall, apparently.
This is good news indeed. We can journey back the scratchers to comfort.
Alright then. What's the bad news?
Ah, vabbè, l'ha detto lui.
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel is particularly awful, so sailings out to Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make time for Susato in time to wave Susie off.
Via! Corriamo! But... There won't be a train, surely. We can't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Norhudo? Mr. Sholmes? I rested the Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement of a social express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. Ora, vabbè, really? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise. Pardon. Manipulating people that way.
What are you waiting for then? To London Victoria.
Let's go, e così finisce il primo volo. Ma porca puttazza, dai! Alle 5 del mattino, Port of Dover, quayside. That looks somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat, about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? No! Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something. Allora, te rinoso che pigliati Gina, io mi piglio Susato. Ma? Hold it! In tutti i sensi! Vedere se aspetta che... Tienilo! Vabbè, bello questo, mi è garbato. Mr. Sato! Wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. Faccio una screen perché è troppo bellina.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
No, non metterti a esplorare ora perché mi incazzo.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
What a bit correct in assuming. It's because of the people, Miss Susato.
I deliberately alterated the scene of the crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me.
How did we even come to this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes. Wow, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? So the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so fun. I stole Reno's hairband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
If it's so important, you should pay more attention to you. Didn't notice for ages.
Ah, qua c'ho ancora tutte... Mamma mia, che ansia. Mi sembra passato un anno, e invece...
Oh, on a whim. I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper, so I put it in my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then...
Bang, Chief. Ah!
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruto! Right!
After Mr. Naruto left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play in my mind. On my mind.
Oh, dai, Dio buono, c'ho da vedere un film. Giulio, è possibile che ritardi un po'. Quindi intanto avverti Lore se mi senti. Se mi senti, Giulio, per favore avverti Lore che è possibile che faccia un piccolo ritardo. Spero piccolo. Se vedi che verso le un quarto all'11 non ci sono, iniziate. Casomai vi raggiungo.
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be on that door. And at the moment, the little device that I had up in my sleeve spread into mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So, use the cat flapper to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photograph print in the shop. This could be one of the Harley's red-handled recorders.
Indeed, it was the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGelded. I thought how he had manipulated the evidence and had arranged the false testimonies to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult to anyone give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, and the crime appeared to have happened behind the door on the locked room. For some claim falsely have witnessed it. There, it would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which? Allora, Hima. Giulio, Dio buono. Ah! Perché hai mutato la live, accidente, alle tue cornacce maledette? Ok. Ah, Giulio, perché hai dovuto chiudere la maledetta live? Accidente a te e a me più che altro. For which a people would be the very thing.
Only the people hole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so that it wouldn't make any difference.
Ah, un commento. Lorenzo Arboncini, che cazzo dici, fra? Cosa dico? Allora, ho appena detto, Lore, l'ho detto a Giulio. Se potete aspettare e 45. Se vedete che a 45 è un arrivo, incominciate. Va buono. But the possibilities of rather e porca troia. Nulla gioca, vai. Che cabbo. Tanto sono alla fine, quindi boh. Spero solo tra un quarto d'ora ad aver finito tutto qui. A trap? Is it why she did it?
So,
E allora accenta quella serpe maledetta. Samu, muoviti, Dio. Ehi! È arrivato il momento di cancellare il messaggio del Colzi. Per il semplice fatto che non si possono scrivere i moccoli in live. Allora, comunque sì, mi muovo.
you never mentioned you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confine Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then,
Why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Fra, grande. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost the right to call myself as a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who led the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people in custody hadn't existed, I'm not sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you have saved me too, from my regrets.
Che carina! Ci siamo alla fine di questo maledetto... Well, we must be thankful to that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. Oi.
Chi ha scritto? Samu ti si fa fuori. Mi fai finire, porca di quella Eva, Dio buono. Sono alla fine. I'm sure.
But the revelation in that music box contained the secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite compelling, as though I thought it was.
Oh, wasn't I?
Vabbè, sti cazzi.
There was a communication officer among the jury.
Colzi, se mi scrivi peggiori la situazione. Capito? Samu, muoviti a sbrigarti. Ok? Muovendomi velocemente a sbrigarmi.
And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we were talking about secret communications. No doubt they were written in cheaper to avoid being readily understood. Should they have been intercepted? In cheaper? I see.
Colzi, la devi smettere.
So then, we could never have been hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite zero pipe problem, I assure you.
Samu, prima Gabri ha scritto Piripi. Ha scritto Piripi? Ha scritto Piripi? Cosa? Piripi? Oh no! È la fine allora! Ha scritto Piripi! Fra! Ha scritto Piripi!
So,
Chi? Cosa?
Chi?
What?
Well, that can be a real word, can't it? How funny.
Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Aspetta, perché ha detto Asogi? Un attimo, perché qui c'è un plot twist. Oh no, le scimmie! Che cazzo? Perché ha detto Asogi?
I just said Asogi. Does the word mean something to you?
Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote this during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
Eh? Cosa? She transcribed it on the fly? She's really a genius. No, aspetta.
I thought the message wouldn't be written it out plain in Morse code, so I tried various ways to intercept it.
Ma aspetta, perché c'era scritto Asogi?
Eh? But whenever I tried, the words didn't seem make any sense.
Oh, ragazzi, la dovete smettere così. Peggiorate la situazione perché mi devo alzare ogni volta. Quella maledetta. That is
English, at least.
Oh. Che cazzo vuol dire tutto ciò?
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than Morse code. Just English variety. Various countries around the world would have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pengram. Is that?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, will you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure that the Morse code will be of ever more important for international communications. Ah, ok, quindi esiste anche un Morse code giapponese, perfetto. Then I might recommend her, my dear madam. Did you focus on the English version? Be that it's me, Iris. Show me the message, please.
Of course.
Quindi, datti una mossa, Susie. Ti prego, dai.
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is the long sequence supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's the mate of the color drain from Susato's son's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but this message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi.
Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregson.
Gregson? It was seen to be a Gregson that's her name on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep up in suspense.
The last name is J.
Wilson. What? Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, porca troia!
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate in Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Dio!
I just can't believe it.
Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that on this particular message is a communication of some kind between Japanese and Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from.
No, perché è morta nel primo processo che abbiamo affrontato.
Oh well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname of Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University.
Ma non assomiglia per niente alla figliola, vabbè. Sti cazzi.
But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't.
Non dai. No.
This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled a back boulder in the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go weathering inside.
E allora accidente a chi va, a chi m'ha Ryunosuke pazza in culo. Ma Ryunosuke è il protagonista. Non può essere pazza se è un uomo. Oh vai. Ci siamo alla fine del gioco. Se quel cane maledetto vuole.
Oh dear, the ship is going to sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on the steamship. First to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
Eh sì, fra. Well, we wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
E la Madonna!
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget. Now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh yes, the Hound of Baskervilles. C'ho ancora troppe domande da cui devo mettere un punto. Dio buono.
We'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. Was in the SS Buria, when I was dragged from that wardrobe still half asleep.
Oh!
If I remember slightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know what very well I'm thinking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow strayed away. Felt, vabbè, that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy,
Mr. Sato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Ciao, Susie. Ah, una cutscene. Proprio finale.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Naruto.
First volume, at least.
Ciao.
Looking
No.
back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Ma sai come sono brutti però,
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Sarà bene che sia il finale. Sì.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Ah, Trials and Tribulations.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
No, lui che suona il violino. Che uomo sei.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
No, ma che cazzo vai? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Shams. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over a special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had no wait at stations. But really? We would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe formal complaints should be delivered on your office tomorrow. But no worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Sato. You'll love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who do something so outrageous. See? Che cazzo succede, scusate? Mr. Shams. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Well, why, certainly. Any word you like. Below on my dear, on it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Che cringe questo finale! Che cringe questo finale! Proprio cringe! Che cringe! Vai, director, shoot a homie! Vai, si può skippare sta roba? Pause. Yes. E così siamo arrivati alla fine. Non è la fine! Accidenta, chi so io? Voice actors. Vai! Un altro! Via! The Greatest Attorney Adventures. Fin. Che bel gioco. Porca Eva. Io ho detto vabbè dai, adesso mi prenderò una pausa, perché adesso di sicuro si concluderà il primo. Più o meno. Che belli. Che siete? Due gnocchi. Bene. Ma mi sa che più o meno presto, non so quando, ma forse già dalla prossima settimana ricomincerò con il secondo capitolo di questa serie. Ora vado perché mi attende un lungo film. Bonaci, sì, grazie per essere venuti in live. Ci si vede, ci si vede, ci si vede, ci siede, ci siede.